Hey guys, we'll be underway in just about 2 minutes here. Bear with me a sec. 'Hope everybody's having a good night tonight. Seven o'clock on the money. Time to get started. So, when we last left off, we had a siege incoming. Some goblin bowmen and a recruit so far. Way down on the south side. Okay, so first things first. Let's designate a burrow. I do want to include my mining tunnels. I do not want to include anything outside our walls. We do not want dwarves thinking it's okay for them to go outside for some job that's just right along the edge, for example. So we want to make sure we keep our barrow inside the walls. Now, typically, if we're going to be servicing the wagon or whatever, I'll have to have this inside, but otherwise, we may have to trim it back if for some reason we need to let the wagon out in the middle of a siege, for example. Now keep in mind, burrows represent the fullest extent to which your dwarves will go out in search of jobs. So if the job the dwarf is trying to do is not inside the burrow to which they are assigned, they won't do that job. So you need to have the burrow containing every sort of job a dwarf might want to do, like sleeping or eating, for example. They won't take jobs if they're not in those spaces. Um, the area between them doesn't have to be contiguous. For example, you could have a dwarf's burrow designated to be just the stockpile where he picks up the items he's working on, the workshop where he works on the mat, the stockpile where he drops them off, the dining room and tavern and so forth, and his bedroom. And he would navigate between those spaces just fine. But you could never order him to pick up a boulder anywhere between those spaces on his way. It's not inside his burrows, so he wouldn't touch it. So, now we've got ourselves an indoor area, which we've designated as indoors because, well, it is. So, now we need to get some folks indoors in a hurry. Well, how do we do that? We go into the militia screen, go into alerts, and we set the burrow to be active right now. The civilians are all on the inactive alert. So they will use this burrow, because it's active, if they're on that alert. If we move down to the active training alert and put the civilians on this one, that burrow is not active on this one. So if we wanted it to be active there, we'd have to put it on here. So normally what I would do is I would have an inactive alert, meaning there's no alert, and then I would have an active training alert where I'd move the civilians up to this one when I need to bring them indoors. Now, you could do it the other way and swap the burrows on and off state, if you will. But this allows you to do a couple of other things. If you set your alert to one of these, you can designate training names to go along with them. So you'll have systems of squads training on schedules based on their alert. We'll get to that in a sec. We're not quite there yet. Now let's check the schedule. See, it's got them all training, so they'll try to go to their barracks and train. And all of them will go to train by default. So that's fine for right now. Training indoors is A-okay by us. Let's see if we've got a barracks actually designated. Typically I would do that from a rack or a armor stand, and it does not look like I've designated this room as either. Nope, just the dining room, I think. Well, we did designate a dining room here, right? We did, right? I mean, huh. I could have sworn we did. Royal dining room. There it is. Okay, we did. Good. Right on. Excellent. Let's go ahead and use our... if we've got any of them done, of course. Make an armory here. Now, this does lower the value of our dining room a little. So we'll have to see if this will work. I'm hoping we can designate it and get everybody to set up in the same room. That's my hope. That dropped us from... I'm guessing this S is because they overlap, maybe? So we can improve the dining room. The catch is we have to do a lot more improvement than we normally would for a dining room of this size to get it back up to where it needs to be, because it will only get a quarter of those values that we add to it. Note that this does not affect the temple complexes and guild halls. They're on a different system, so they share their wealth just fine. It's only this creative notion I've had to add the barracks to the rest of this that's new, if you will. Give me a second here, guys. Let's see if we can get them indoors. It appears the siege may have taken a good long look at us and decided to nope the fuck on out because the siege notification has left. So, our vile force of darkness took one look at our fortress and said, hey, maybe they're growing a little faster than we thought they should, and took off. They're not here anymore. Okay, so yay, I guess. Yay? I think that's a yay. Let's see. He ran out of juice to shoot the bow. Okay, that's fine. We can fix that. We did put up a bolts job for the bone and the wood. Yes, we did. Food and drinks and coins of iron. But no coins of bronze and no coins of... Okay, so that's next on our list. Got to go through and delete those. We don't need the coal to make coins on it, or to make anything for that matter at this point, except steel and pig iron, because you have to actually have carbon as part of their cycle. But coins can be made from the bars we have. They're just being melted down, so we no longer need the fuel to run that cycle. By default, the manager here assumes you're going to be using a standard coal-bearing forge. Well, we're not. We're piping it right off the magma, and so we don't have to have that additional check. We will never have the need for coal in this process. So if we ran out of coal and we had this set up, even though we were running on magma forges, it would stop queuing the job up because it would think that we were out of coal and couldn't run it. I'll take here a sec, guys. One thing. A funny story, actually. I was supposed to meet a friend of mine today and for lunch, and woke up about 7:30, 8 o'clock this morning. My wife is downstairs hollering at me frantically, and we had burst a supply line on the water heater, so we had water everywhere. Looks like the corrugated supply line that led into the water heater had developed a weak point over time, and so we went and looked at it, and it was just pinholed out. Sorry, guys, needed a second to organize a few things on my desk here. All right, so let's get back to making coins. Very exciting, I know. But the catch here is that by doing this, once this is done, we will mint out all of these coins and have a stockpile of metal in the form of coins that we can melt down to produce additional bars, whether to make more coins for storage or trade, or, well, whether we wanted to uh, use this as like a reserve, metal reserve in a sense, which is what it will usually occupy in my fort. Um, the goal here is that you would crank all these out once, and then normally for most metals you wouldn't need to dip into them. In the case of uh, iron, for example, or steel, we will smelt up the coins, and then we will smelt up some more coins and use the additional coins above a certain limit to actually run our cycle constantly, because we'll need to generate more of those metals in order to be able to use them. So what I'd like to be able to do, since I think we have some, is I'd like to get to work making gold bars and aluminum bars and iron and steel bars. Well, we have some bismuth bronze, and I'd like to do that as well, but that's kind of a lower priority. The gold and the aluminum can be used to decorate everything, in addition to their value as coinage. Uh, while keep in mind, coins in Dwarf Fortress do not have an intrinsic value. There's no paper fiat currency in Dwarf Fortress. You don't mint a dwarf buck made out of gold and it's not worth $30 because you say it is. Instead, coins are literally weight based coinage. So a gold coin is valued based on the metal it's made out of and the weight that it constitutes. Each individual coin is not worth a whole lot. I want to say the formula is something like 10 times the material value. So for gold, that's, I want to say 10 or 30, something like that. You'd multiply that out, you'd end up with a value of 300 and divide that by 50, and so each coin would be worth like $6 or something. I think that's off, but I'd have to look. Maybe it's 500 instead of 50. That sounds about right. So each coin would be worth about 0.6. And while there are other ways to get weaponable metals to do what we're doing here with the coins, it's difficult to get weapons that you can melt down out of non-weaponable metals. Now keep in mind, to make this steel requires coal, but once it's made, we no longer require it to actually melt the objects down into their constituent bars and recast them as something else. So we are effectively going to melt this steel back down from the coins once we have produced bars of it, and then we can cycle the steel coins instead of cycling steel, making new bars. Now, do I really think that I'm actually going to have 10,000 trifle pewter coins laying around at any given point? No. But if I come into contact with trifle pewter bars, what we'll end up with is we'll smelt them back down, and we'll build up to that number without me even realizing it. We're going to set up a room whose sole function is to act as a coin vault, where we'll have a stockpile for coins specifically, and then bins to hold them all in. Effectively a treasure vault, although we're not really storing it as treasure. It's for us, it's more of a metal reserve. And yes, for those of you who are curious, this process does apply even to adamantine. Now, these other materials that are listed for coins here, frosty metal, multicolored, crashing pale, your list may vary, twinkling, rusted, searing, booming, blah 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 blah. All those are divine materials. You can't make coins out of those. You'll never have the materials to make them, and even if you could, you probably can't melt them down. Uh, would be my strong guess. Um, so there'd be nothing you could do to actually try to make coins out of those. However, everything else in this list, everything from adamantine on up, we can make our coins from it. Um, in fact, what I'd like to do at that point is gather enough bars so that these cycles kick off and we can mint those coins. Um, we probably can't right now on a lot of these. We probably don't have 10 aluminum bars. We may not even have 10 iron bars for that matter. But up here above this, other than coins and smelt hematite ore, we don't have anything other than the coin job. So as soon as we've got our 10 bars linked up, we should kick that job off. Now I need to check to make sure we did the same thing for this. Removed the coal check. Make sure I got rid of it on all of these. Okay. And now we're ready to build our reserve for any of those that we come across. Now, we do need a place to store all those coins, right? Obviously. So let's go ahead and designate a little chamber here for coin storage specifically. And they can just store 177 bins worth of coins right in that room. I'm good with that. I am okay with that. And those coins are up here closer to where the storage is because the furnaces are a little lower down. So they'll bring the coins up and store them there. Now, is our smelt job running? Is our furnace job running? Oh, I know a job we need to queue up. Let's do that now. I'm betting we don't have many anvils, but we do have an abundance of iron bars laying around these stockpiles. That means we can crank out a bunch of iron anvils and immediately turn on these forges and get them running. And our operation begins to parallelize. Once it gets large enough, we will have a lot of people working on all different kinds of jobs all at once, no problem. Um, Coins will be minted out overnight for the iron ore particularly, and then we can start working through the list, as it were. But by getting the forges up, we get this process started sooner. So let's take a look here. Unsuspend that. We need another one here. We already have well over 100 iron bars, so it's time to start cranking out a iron-equipped militia. And we'll use Gabbro blocks for this. Okay, now let's get topside again. I think we were doing this. I think we were doing this for our wood industry, as I recall. Trying to get our poor carpenter out ahead of things. So many bins, so many beds. That man is going to make nothing but bins and beds for the first 10 years of the fortress's life. I'm only partly kidding. So he tried to get in through the back door, and they found him, and now he's running. Is he really running into the fortress? Are you really trying to run into the fortress? Wow, he is. This goblin thief is an enemy of the Senate and people of Rome. It is now the duty of all citizens to kill him if they are able. And his stuff is now ours. Okay, let's go down here and seal up the back door, because although it may take longer for the wood to get in, it's starting to get a little annoying when they're coming in the back door and we don't have it really sealed up very well. Somebody's coming to pick up the axe that this dude left behind. It's blocking our... There we go. That's blocking our... Oh, that's right. Everybody's on the alert still, aren't they? Turn the civilians back off and they can go back outside, which is why our wood stockpiles are falling behind. Okay, so as we see here, the X's represent beds that we've locked in, but which we haven't actually gotten constructed yet. And we want to let them all finish before we move on to the next phase of this, because we will start to run into or at least we have to go slowly behind it if we don't, because we want to make sure that any boulders are moved one tile over, and then as each piece of furniture goes in, that the boulder is moved another tile over, so that we can continue to move this stuff out of the way over and over again as we continue. That way the furniture doesn't get suspended. We don't have a problem with a boulder that's blocking one thing won't be moved on to another, etc., etc. And we need to designate doors. Now, once we get the bedrooms engraved, we can come back and do things like wing out these corner pieces here and replace them with statues so that we get little statue adorned entrances to these hallways. Um, we can smooth all this to get our engravers trained. Got a few, but we need to get the lower skill ones up. Since we don't really have a sand to do ceramics with, we'll move him to smithing. Okay, let's get our engravers done. Actually, see if we can't save him from possibly being a ceramics worker mood. If we can get his engraving up, he'll do some stone mood instead. But they're going to be busy for a bit. Okay, so we've got about 2.5 rows, or, doing the math right, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 bedrooms for 63 dwarves. So we're still running our dormitory a little bit. Need to get those beds done. Get out a bit ahead of that job. These two logs fell onto a fortification. Nobody can actually reach them, so they're annoying people by saying, hey, we can't reach them. By closing them off and hiding them, that should prevent people from saying, hey, I can't do that inaccessible item there. Should be okay now. If the boulder that happens to be sitting where they're trying to build the bed is tasked, they can't move the boulder because somebody else is coming for it. Basically, no object in the fortress can be tasked for 2 jobs at once. Okay, we need to chunk out a section of ground for surface crop production. Need to get our miners working on that right now. And since we just got sieged once, let's try and give ourselves a quick access. Watch this. Famous last words. Ready? Okay, rightful heir now needs himself a fancy new shiny office. Okay, fine, fine. I'm contemplating how we should do our new Baron's quarters here. You see, we've got this beautiful catch pocket up above, but it also services our well, which always makes me hesitant to do things with the water that, feeds my dwarves if necessary. But directly above where we are here, we could rig up a water pocket. Give our new Baron a way to get out on the level above this, maybe, or drop down one level and let him out here, and yeah, we have to do one more level below this. Okay, so that's fine. Okay, I think that's everything except the intake pipe, and we can worry about that in a sec. So let's talk about what that is. What the hell am I doing? Well, we just got a baron. And barons can make unreasonable demands on our dwarves that we don't want to meet, and get in the way of our trading, which we don't want to put up with, and sometimes they're okay. I haven't looked at this guy yet. Maybe he's alright. We'll look. But we aren't going to assume that everything is going to be okay. Instead, we're going to prepare in advance for the Baron to have an unfortunate run in with the forces of nature. Specifically, what happens when the pond up above is emptied into a reservoir here that we will hatch over each one of these four places and then hook all four of them up to a single lever in the lever complex, which we will, hide behind some appropriate places and lock away until we need it. But it will then empty the reservoir directly into the noble's chambers. Now, we have a bigger area down here that will be used to drain that area, but with the intent that the reservoir is large enough, and I have to double check this, to fill the entire thing completely from stem to stern immediately. Just one giant flush, you're dead, and then flip another lever to drain it all away. Give me a second here, guys. I need to take care of one thing. The next Baron might be better. Next Baron might be worse. Next Baron may never arrive. If our Baron is okay, we won't have a problem. If our Baron is not okay, we will fix that problem. You gotta realize, since water in Dwarf Fortress teleports onto lower levels, remember, it doesn't flow until it hits the same level it's on, and so it arrives in the first tile it needs to occupy on the lower level instantly. So, water in our reservoir here, which I may need to enlarge, I'll look at it in a second, um, will effectively instantly teleport from where it is on this level immediately and instantly to this floor. So the first, call it 8 or so tiles at least, are going to teleport instantly to this room. It will be the space of a lever pull to flush him. Now, if I'm going to do this right, actually, I have to do it differently because I realize I've screwed up now. We are going to have to... yeah, that's not going to work because we don't want him to have the opportunity to swim vertically up the shaft and somehow escape. So we're going to have to make sure that we can, well, prevent him from doing that. Well, if we can't come at it from above, it's been more than a year, Tinky. We've been doing this now for, well, the better part of a decade now, actually. Okay, so what will happen is, as before, we'll have a bridge here that will seal this area off. And this bridge will drop down into here when we need to drain this. We'll flatten it out, and the water will pour in here, and then we'll just squash it out of existence repeatedly. Um, these will act both as the flood vents and the drain vents. We will do both through the same set of channels. So, this little set of staircases will be dry, and up above them we will have it channeled out. We'll put some grates over them, so there'll be nice little flood vents above the guy. And if we decide we don't like him, we'll drop a bridge that will immediately allow water to flood into the reservoir, into these drop vents, and they will quickly fill up the available space in these staircases because they are not going to be very large. They will flood back up the staircases. Every single exit from this staircase complex is automatically pressure regulated, so they will automatically never flood above this level. They will completely flood this floor, but the noble's exit requires him to go up one floor. So, all we do is wait for him to go in, seal a bridge here, and flood it. Wait a few minutes, and then drain it. Then open the bridge and assign it to the new occupant. Problem solved. No mess, no fuss, just one dwarf to come along and handle the burial when we're finished. Oh, I've got a few folks out there that have been showing up since I started. I would have done it every year, to my great shame and my great chagrin that I can say I haven't, actually. A few years ago, I literally could not. I was literally physically unable to do so. Alright, so we've got our noble complex all set up. We've got our drain vents ready to go. Let's see here. This is a temporary access tunnel, which we will dig, hollow these chunks. In fact, I gotta do this differently. Wow, this is going to be a complex build, but by the time we're done, it's going to be awesome. Okay, so we mine this bad boy out. Our miner will come in and mine this out. He'll hollow these channels out so that we have access to the stairway corridor down here. Now, what we'll then do is we'll go on the level above this, and we'll actually dig our catch pocket up here with holes in the bottom that we can dump in through hatches. And then we have to come back and hollow out this square and that square to finish out the full drop shaft here. And then wall them off so that no water gets in through these channels anymore and nobody has any access. Wall this up here because there's no reason for anybody to have any access to this tunnel at all once we're done. Seal it up good and solid. And then our catch pocket will deposit water by hatch directly vertically through these holes, down through these holes into this area where it's sealed off here until we're ready to drain it. It'll back flood immediately back up to this level, and then immediately start flooding this from here into every room at once. His entire office will immediately start to flood, his bedroom, his tomb, everything. If we don't want him to be buried in finery, all we have to do is undesignate the tomb, then pull the lever. And since it's not his tomb, he won't get assigned to it. Assign the tomb to the new occupant. Problem solved. Okay. So now we'll go up another floor here, and we need to chunk this out up here. Now, I'm pretty sure that is more than enough to fill the entire chamber pretty much instantly. It's not centrally located, so we need to have a little extra to allow for flow on this room to reach the drop shafts, um, while still retaining enough that it doesn't evaporate on us before it gets there. But the goal then will be that our dwarves will be able to instantly eliminate a problematic noble. We'll have to be cautious that we don't. That we may have. It may take us 2 or 3 rainstorms to fill this one chamber here. So we'll have to be cautious that we don't get too crazy on our fill here. Now, just as before, we can use this same fill lever to fill both tubes if we wanted. What we can do is give ourselves access to this back chamber here. Have a second staircase a little over here, say, that drops down alongside the other one to this chamber where it will go in. That way we can use one fill lever to shut them both off, and because the water must cross this staircase first, the well gets effectively first priority. In fact, we may go out this way first. The well gets first priority on filling. In fact, that's an even better idea. We should do that. If we go a couple tiles more over this way before we drain it, we won't lose much flow, but we'll also come in directly on top of the fill chamber, and vertical fill is great. In fact, let's look at that for a second. Can we do a U-pipe? Yeah, we could. If we go north, can we go north? Oh yeah, we can go north a couple tiles and then go down along here and then come back up one and flood into here and have a grate on this, just like we do on our well feed. The intent there being, again, to keep intruders out of these chambers, to disallow or deprioritize might be the best way I would think of it, as to deprioritize the notion of pathfinding through our water containment systems, as it were. We need to we'll floor that over too while we're at it. Got to look at this carefully to make sure that we're not screwing ourselves here in terms of flood potential. So the goal here is that from the surface I will trench out this tile, which will let water flow into this staircase and down into the P-trap, where it will go across and back up into our fill chamber, where we'll have a grate here. Now at this point the water is not pressure regulated. It is dangerous. Very, very dangerous. So that's okay, because these hatches will normally be closed. And even if they're open, because we're attempting to drop the water at this point, then the water will flow down through holes here. It will not have access through this tunnel. Down through this tunnel, down to here, where this is sealed off again, but even if it's not, this will fill and then backfill. When it backfills, it will flood to here, but these are all pressure regulated diagonals. So any water flowing out of this diagonal onto this floor is automatically pressure regulated here and cannot rise above this floor. And there's no other access for the pressurized water to get to us except through those diagonals. So we are, in fact, protected then from our flood potential. Now, we do need to make sure that we, if we eyeball this here, that we have the 5x5s all covered and a little extra to make sure we've got fudge and the doorways. So we won't designate doors for this guy. We're going to have to try and designate his rooms in such a way that he doesn't get the corridors overlapping, but does get the... Actually, now that I think about it, I don't think it matters for this because we don't have to worry about him hiding behind a door. If he tries to lock himself into any of these rooms, the ventilation still floods that room, so I guess it doesn't matter. In retrospect, this is all covered, taken care of. There's nowhere for him to run. We're good. Okay, and they have access to this. Let's get them access to the upstairs area there. And again, we'll seal it off here, here, and here, with a hole here and here. And then seal it off at this end as well to make sure nobody has any brave ideas of going down this corridor for any reason. We don't need them pathfinding there. Effectively walling back up the access. But this allows us to dig out all the access tunnels from this one little shaft here and then wall it back up later. Our miners are going to be busy, but it's going to be awesome. For entertaining, no, goodbye. But when entertainment, we'll have our dwarves doing it.
A dwarf has got an idea and has withdrawn from society.
Uh-oh, secretive dwarf to make item. What will he make? And we don't have any more blocks, so it's on to rough stone. Okay, and we've done a bunch of anvils, and we now have a bunch more forges than we did before.
I claim this workshop in the name of invention!
Since our new magma forge there got claimed by one of our metalsmiths and is now making a metal object of some sort. Come on, weapon! He's probably a metal crafter. He's going to make a table. Which I'll take. That's be useful. Or he'll make a figurine, which is also possible. Okay, he's off and running. We're good.
I can do this. work.
A couple of these may be chained, meaning that the object for this one is sitting on this one, and the object for this one is sitting on this one, so they're both blocking one another. The rest of them all got assembled, it looks like, so, or are being assembled, so we need to get these two fixed. The easiest way is to cancel one, and then let the other work. And that should fix this one's problem.
Can't do that there.
And if we don't have enough anvils, then we can't build the next one anyway. Since we're out of anvils, we're good. Now, as you can see, these coin jobs get spread out. Everybody starts getting a little job here, a little job there. And that's going to be kind of how the forge is going to run. We're going to have a wide smattering of folks all needing to do coin smelting for their creative outlet. We're going to have, what is it, pneumatists or coin collectors. Our dwarves are going to be a giant horde of coin collectors. Okay, and we'll let them go. Now, while we're also doing that, let's get our necessary basic militia equipment order placed. Make sure we covered it all. We got a greaves, gauntlet, helmet. We've got boots. We need our shields. So we can do those. In the case of battle axes, we go a little higher. We'll need not only enough for our militia, but also a few extra for the haulers to be armed. Not in the sense of armed for battle, but in the sense that our haulers also double as our woodcutters. And so I want all of our haulers to have an axe on hand whenever possible. And while I would prefer everybody be carrying wooden crossbows and bone crossbows, because realistically it's the material of the bolts, we can go ahead and make them out of iron, and I don't care. And if somebody ends up clubbing somebody with an iron crossbow, it's actually more effective as a club if it's made out of iron than it would be if it was made out of bone or wood. So while it's heavy and it's awkward, all this metal armor is going to serve long term to cover our entire force. Everyone will be armored. We'll have the works. Now, let's talk about clothing, because we also need clothing. Now that's a lot of cloth. And initially we'll start off importing it, but my hope is that we'll gather enough rope reeds that we can start a cloth industry of our own. Once you start turning over giant crops of rope reed every season, it becomes very easy to produce the necessary thread to get a rope industry up and running, or a cloth industry up and running. Alright, now, a spiked bismuth bronze ball. Perfect. A spiked bismuth bronze ball sounds like just the kind of thing we should have in the middle of our tavern. You know, in a weapon trap, in case anybody passes out. Because if they do, it will instantly kill them. This is exactly the kind of thing you should have in the middle of your tavern.
Quick, get him a bottle of ale.
Been overserved by your local dwarven tavern? There won't be a complaint. You simply get hit by the big bronze ball and die. Oh, look, it's a bard. Bye. Okay, so we mashed out 10 bronze coins in that run. So let's check here. Bam! We have our iron coins. Now, we did a lot more iron coins because we wanted to make sure that we could grind these things up. So we now have 35,000 iron coins we're going to put in a vault with these bronze coins if we have enough. We've done 10. So it takes 2 jobs of 10 before they have the full 10,000 I require for reserve. Now, that's a lot of bars, but the hope is that we can bring them in through trade, especially over the next couple of seasons with the dwarves, because we have made them exceedingly wealthy based on, you know, the prepared meals we shipped them off with. The hope is that they'll come back laden with trade goods for us to pluck off them in one go. For flow purposes, this isn't really ideal, but it will have to do. Um, Ideally, we would put the swash over here because it allows maximum flow in, regardless of the position of the bridge. But we'll make do. Sealing it here means we don't need as much water to fill the reservoir, and it'll drain almost as quickly. So there's our bridge queued up, ready to be built. Let's see. How is our smoothing going on the bedroom level? If it's done, then we're way ahead. Okay, yeah, no, we're not. So we're not ready to smooth that room yet. That's okay. We can get them working there, and that's fine. Wouldn't hurt to put. Let's see. We need to get the grates ready for this. I think we made some grates earlier, but if not, we'll do that next. Access to all the different drainage pieces we need here. You know, now that I'm thinking about it, I'm not actually sure that we can. I don't think we can. I think that's going to be a no-no right there. Because I think that will cause an issue with the support of the grates. We won't be able to have grates over these, restraining the guy from coming up and getting into this area here, or swimming up into the reservoir as it empties in order to swim to the top, effectively swimming up into the fill chamber of the drowning trap and thereby surviving, at least for a while. And the problem is then he would be up in the fill chamber and we'd refill the damn thing and drown him, and then he'd be up there where we'd have to try and figure out how to get to him, which is a big pain. So, different plan. We'll only have 2 drop valves per side, and I will put a wall in each one of these sections here. Now this prevents access to the fill chamber from the victim's chamber. Countess Consort of Wind Whip. Good for you. Oh, I'll bet they're inside the burrow, aren't they? Nope, he just got lazy. Is it damp here? Nope, they just got busy up here. Okay, that's fine. We can live with that. A lot of work to be done to get this trap ready for service. Lot of work. There, you can see the grate down below. That's beautiful. So this is beautiful because with text bite will be text. When the trap is closed, it's going to look like a solid hatch. And when the trap is open, it's going to look like a grate. And you're going to be able to look at it and go, oh, yeah, the grate is open. Now, it occurs to me we're going to have to do something tricky here to give this guy access to put the grate where we want it here. But we can do that. Need to make sure we get all our hatches built. Well, that's okay, because we wouldn't export the damn things anyway. We'd use them. This guy may not need to be executed. Holy shit, he likes warhammers. We may get along smashingly. We need to get him in office before we're done here real quick. One second here, guys. Hatches all built and linked. Okay, now we'll get some metal crafting done off everybody here. Melt it all. Melt them all back to bars. If there's something to melt, melt it. Coins are all marked for melting. They produce approximately 1.1 bars per bar consumed in making them, making this cycle virtuous for us. Now, if we really want to get creative, we split the coins down into individual coins using the trader and a macro. We'll get to that in a second. So now at this point we've got a giant turnover in folks making coins. Coins are being melted, coins are then turned around and made into bars, the bars are then made into coins are being melted, around and around we go. And our coin stockpile has been reduced back to its constituent goodies. 18,000 designated for melt. Now they've already started to produce, or we didn't melt all of them, another batch of coins, so we can just run right back down behind all this and designate all of those for melting as well. They'll be melted off. Can I melt you? Interesting, you must be in somebody's possession. that's just basically letting us know. Let's double check our bars of iron here, make sure we're not getting low. Oh no, we've got plenty of bars. Well, Electrosar, that's because I'm a cheesy, cheesy bastard. I'm so cheesy that my wife concerns herself with the powder that dusts off me regularly. I'm kidding, seriously. Um, no, the way it works in the current version is coins are actually a virtuous melt. That is to say, as long as you are melting a coin down, you are getting more back from it than you put into it. Every time, no matter how many coins you melt at once. If you melt the full stack of coins that you produce when you do a coin production job, you will get 1.1 bars back. Meaning that, as long as we're operating on a magma forge, and therefore not consuming any fuel, there is an infinite virtuous cycle going on, whereby we melt down the coins, produce more bars than we used, make more coins, melt them back down, make more bars, and this cycle actually produces metal for us rather than consuming it. Now, that's not the case for most objects. These happen to be bugged. Don't tell nobody. I love it. It's great. And until much later in the Dwarf Fortress cycle, this would be nice if this stuck around. We can really stretch it even further, though. The reality is we can get cray-cray with it. We could take these bismuth bronze bars, mint them all down into coins, take the coins, move them to the trader, split them into individual stacks of 1 coin each, and then melt all the individual coin stacks down. You are correct, Electrozar. That's exactly what we're doing here. We're building this up strictly for purposes of melting it. Now, let's say you don't want to deal with the fiddly trader interface to break the coin stacks down. Well, you're in luck. You could just melt the coin stacks down, and that still is a virtuous cycle. It doesn't hurt you at all. It's a little slower. You don't get so much of a return on investment, as it were. But at the same time, it's a whole lot less fiddly. Let's say you don't want to mess with coins. You want something that might also be useful in your fortress and you want to melt it down. Switch to giant axe blades. They're trap components. I may have made a few of those because I can melt them down pretty quickly as well. They're also high value, so you can use them for trading. You can do it with any coins. It works with adamantine coins just like all the rest. So if we get down to in this fort to where there's adamantine and we get some wafers cut, the first thing we're going to make isn't a fabulous weapon or some beautiful breastplate or some shining mail armor. It's going to be coins so that we can melt them down and make more wafers. And we'll repeat that process as needed until we have all the adamantine we will want. Our fortress will shine when we're done. At the same time, the way I have it set up currently, most of these bars will not feed the cycle automatically. That is to say, we only have 2 gold bars at the moment. And the automated job says we need to have at least 10 before the cycle kicks off. So by itself, this won't kick off a job. We won't get gold coins made. These bars will sit here in our inventory. If I want to kind of jump the queue, as it were, I could take these, say, pig iron bars, and then manually designate pig iron coins to be made, and then get them melting. And once we built up the number of bars necessary to actually start the cycle automatically, it would kick over for me, and I would no longer need to prime the pump, as it were. So for all of these existing bars that don't have the necessary material, now, iron bars, bronze bars, we're good. They're off and running. They will never need our process again. As long as we don't melt all the coins down and then also consume all the bars that we have then produced right away before we can make more coins, we will end up in a virtuous cycle all the time, every time. Now, there's a cutoff. There's a place where it will stall in our cycle because we have it set so that it won't actually kick off if there's not at least 10 bars. So, if we make coins into bars and then we burn all of our bars down to 9, the cycle stalls. It stops making coins and it stops melting them down. If we have coins at that point, the cycle can easily be restarted simply by melting some more coins to get back to the number of bars necessary to kick the cycle over. If we don't have any coins on hand, we can go back to priming the pump manually by forcing the bars to be made into coins manually for those bars less than 10, and then melting those back down to generate more bars until we cross the threshold once more. Now, that's kind of a safety cutout in a sense. It prevents you from using your last iron or your last adamantine if you have some use for it, or maybe you want to have it for a mood, for example. It prevents you from using up the last of it, is the goal. Um, but we have, in theory, a problem. All of those iron weapon jobs we did, for example, are set to go off if there's 10 bars. So they could consume the last 10 bars. What I'd really have to go back through to make this work is I'd have to go back and say, don't consume them if they're, don't start this job if there's less than, say, 50 bars. And then the last 50 bars would be reserved for coins, and if we got less than 10, then the cycle would stall. Um, you could set the cycle to run on single bar jobs. Make one bar into coins at a time. The problem is you either need lots and lots of jobs, which clog the list, or you don't produce it very quickly because you're not queuing up large numbers of them at once. So this is kind of the middle ground, and if I wanted to be really clever, I'd prevent it from stalling on the bars, and I'd make sure my weapons didn't consume all the necessary iron for my coin cycle. But with 450 iron bars and only a handful of iron objects to make, I think we should be okay for the most part. We will make sure not to melt down all of our iron coins in future, but right now we've got a surplus of bars, and we're not making enough metal objects into armaments to consume that before we get coins remade. Holy crap! Did you get all that? The whole history of the exploit there in black and white. Ha ha. And off we go making some more forges. It looks like we still need 7 more forges before we will have the entire set constructed. Let's see if this can actually be built properly here.
Sir, we can't do that there.
Okay, let's see if we can condition that at all. As long as there's at least 10 things to melt. There we go. Now it'll stop whistling in our ear over and over again because it's still an infinite job, but it will only do it if there's 10. It will not melt down the last 10 objects in the forge. As with the rest of this, and they'll cancel it out until they get all the conditions restarted here. Maybe a minute, I admit. And I think we've gone back to normal now. So now we've got a bunch of forge workers and random dudes all assigned to making coins. And we'll turn over coins all the time, basically. Coins to bars, bars to coins, and we'll have our entire fortress involved in the manufacture of coinage, basically. It will be a giant treasury house. Now, in order to get our cycle started on some of these other materials, the easiest way to do that is to simply queue up a couple of jobs specifically for them in their material. I'm pretty sure we only have 2 gold bars, so what'll happen is we'll make those 2 gold bars into coins, then we'll run out and it'll scrap the rest of it. We'll have some gold coins on hand, and I want to say we'll have 1,000 gold coins. Then I can do one of 2 things. I can melt those back down to kind of manually pump the cycle over and over again, or I can move those to the trader and break them down. Breaking the stacks of coins back down gives you something like a 5,000% return. It's ridiculously high. 50 times the metal you put in, or something ridiculous like that is the gist. So kick this off one time, split the coins up with a macro one time, and then you can run this cycle in the background without having to split coins ever again. Thought we put conditions on that. Do we really have that many? Okay. Oh, I know what the problem is. Duh. It's permanent now, but it waited till we have 10 to kick it off, so that's not helping us here. We gotta remove this guy. He's in our way. Okay, it will melt 50 objects if there are 50 objects to melt. Otherwise, it will hold off. So this will allow us to build up coins in a big pile and then do one big run of melting all at once. May have to clear some jobs. We'll see. Okay, it may take them a minute to actually get around to smoothing that. Getting all our furniture loaded in. May take them a minute. There's a lot of stuff to get moved in. I like the notion of the dwarves installing all this furniture to hide all the little vents where the water pours into the room and drowns this guy if they don't like him. I think that's hilariously awesome. Speaking for the folks on the other end, it's not nearly as awesome when it happens to you. The panicked shouts of my wife this morning when the water heater blew were particularly alarming. Need to check to see if we've got our gods all populated again. We're getting quite a number that aren't being met here. And the last was Thram Friesnith. So just one, it looks like. Need to do that. And we're going to make 20 iron statues because we're going to replace these glass ones. Not that the glass ones are bad, but if we can get high quality iron ones, iron is a higher value material, and a higher value material with a higher value manufacturing would give us a much higher value statue. It would allow us to better, we hope, get the value of the dining room up since it's shared with our barracks. Are they actually trying to get in, or are they just panicking dwarves as they're passing by?
Another baby? Well, at least
Looks
it's
like they're
not an
just passing
explosion of
by.
guts.
Well, how about that? This guy's got poisonous vapors. Good thing we're not open to that cavern, huh? They can rampage around in there and have fun with the trolls and the amphibian men or whatever. We're good. Make sure we got rid of all the melt jobs in here. I thought we did, except for that one that we have at the top, because we have him numbered. Okay, looks like we're good there. So now we'll go down to the forges and clear them all out and make sure they're all good and cleared. I paused it out of a reaction, but it took me a moment to remember what that might be. It breathes poisonous vapor and sucks blood. A poison-breathing leech. Awesome. Things we are not going to fight in close proximity. That thing. That thing right there.
It won't work.
And they'll get some or most of those forges up and running. While the Forgotten Beast deafens us down in the caverns. Yeah, that is a lot of Forgotten Beast getting its ass handed to it looks like. Or Forgotten Beast handing that cave crocodile its own ass. I mean, excuse me. Backwards. Backing it. Reverse it. Doesn't look like whatever it's poisoning them with is particularly lethal right out, but I'm betting that it has long-term consequences. What do you bet? I'm not betting that this is the first Forgotten Beast that's going to spit tickle extract at us. Okay, I'll bite. What's blocking the sight here? What did I hide? That's odd. I don't remember hiding or forbidding that end to sight, but okay, sure. Run with it. Must have caught it with the far edge of the designation for the floor below it or something. We're going to have to generate ourselves some additional iron through the process of actually, digging it out and melting it down. And our ceramics worker just topped his engraving list or engraving skill up, so he's now an engraver. And they are going to town on the bedrooms, which is good.
A baby's been born.
Now we're going to have to replace these statues with iron ones to get our value back, but that's okay.
Spring is upon us.
Pretty sure we had 2 bars of most metals, but we had 5 bismuth bronze bars. If we can get all of these little tiny bits of bars melted down to coins, we can get them all moved in and split them and cycle them all up. Okay, drinks and food still doing good. Let's talk about animals. I think we're probably caught up on animals at the moment, so this is a pretty good time to do it. In the animals menu, if you hit Shift B, you're going to bring up Auto Butcher. That's where I handle all my animal population. And we're going to set all races plus, or we're going to set only new races, excuse me, the whole row to 5 of everything. Any new animal that walks into our fortress will automatically be added to the list and automatically monitored at a maximum population of 5, meaning that if they come into our possession and become animals in the fortress without me doing anything, their population will automatically be capped. I don't care how many they breed, I don't care how fast they breed. Any more than 5, we start butchering them down. But then we really want to control them on beyond that, so we want to have, you know, our... there we go. We want to have our various races of animals added to this list and then handled. So let's talk about what we want to do with them. So let's talk blue peafowl. Let's start 50 across the board. And cats, we want to have, say, 2 across the board. And we'll fix that in a minute if we need to. Let's see. Cavies is 0. I don't want any of those. And if they're pets, great. But otherwise, get rid of them. Chickens, same deal. Dogs, 50 of all across the board. Geese, and we'll come back and tweak these, but I'm just... anything that isn't one of our approved animals, as it were, is going out the door, and anything that's one of ours, I'm just going to set to 50 for a moment so we can get them all cleared up. For those of you who are raising turkeys, of course, make sure you do yours the other way around. Okay, so... and we want to clear all these butcher orders that it automatically queued for us. We do not want to automatically butcher anything. Now, the turkey 2 butcherings is okay, because this 2 is supposed to be 0, and it's going to butcher the 2 female adult turkeys, and we'll end up with none, and that's exactly what we want. We're raising blue peafowl in this fortress. So, now, we don't really want to have this many. It's crazy. It's ludicrous. It's nuts. In order to ensure a constant turnover of animals, you want to have fewer adults left than you have kids. So 50 kids is fine, but then you want to prune it back and say female adults to, say, 25. And, oops. Female adults not to 5025, but to 25. And male adults back to, say, 5. Now, I know you're going to look at this and go, well, won't that limit your wool production? Sure, but we're not going to need to produce much wool. We're looking to aim most of our cloth production through plant cloth, not through silk, not through animal cloth, but through plant cloth, pigtails and rope reeds. So some of this is good, but this prune down does 2 things. First of all, it means your older animals are constantly being turned over, so your males don't eventually become too old to breed and end up population starving your fortress. You'll have a constant turnover as the males age up. It'll keep 5 of them. I believe it will keep the 5 youngest of them, and all the older ones will be butchered. Likewise, when the females age up, the older ones will be butchered off. The youngest ones will be kept, and that process will repeat over and over again every time there's a wave of sheep that mature. Any sheep that exceed the 50... so if, say, you have 50 females and another group of 50 females is born, the youngest would be butchered off to keep the kids aging up. So Auto Butcher is smart about how the animals age through the process. It will keep 50 as a cycle, up to 50, but if it gets more than that, it will butcher the ones on the low end of the cycle so the kids have a chance to grow up. And for the adults, it butchers on the high end of the cycle, so the youngest ones have the longest potential lifespan. Smart. Now, same thing for the pigs. You're going to want a larger number of females because they're the ones who, of course, are doing all your reproducing, but we don't need to have that many males. Oops, we definitely don't need to have that many males for sure. And 5 is potentially even excessive for some of these. Now, dogs. Dogs are kind of a special case. Dogs combat service. This will go for any combat animal. If you're raising bears to be war bears that you're going to sick on the goblins, you're going to have to expect that you're going to take losses in combat. Some of your dogs will not survive. Now, whether that means you keep some back as a breeding program and you have to deal with that, repasturing bit, that's on you. It's certainly a viable thing we'll think about. But at the end of the day, you're going to end up having more dogs than you would actually need just to keep them turning over, solely for the purposes of losing them in combat. So here I probably don't trim down the males quite as hard or the females quite as hard. We're going to assume that we'll lose a few along the way and that we'll have to have some replacements. If it turns out that we're not replacing them fast enough or we have a really bad wave, we may end up having to import more or do something else similar and drastic. Now, as before, males here, I only need about 5 of those. And females here, it's okay to keep a few extra females of the blue peafowl variety. Not this many, like dogs. The reason being is that blue peafowls are constant producers. Wool will get produced occasionally, milk will be produced occasionally, but blue peafowls will, with a large number of them, will constantly be turning over your nest boxes once a season or so. Your egg production will go through the roof. Eggs are a viable source of food once you have a large number of birds on hand. So one of our next things we're going to do is get the blue peafowls set up in their own little pasture space and then let them do what they do. We'll give them a couple of waves of chicks that will grow up, and then we'll open the doors and basically butcher down the excess. So we're basically going to turn them loose for an orgy for a while and then forget they exist and then come back and make them pay the crimes for all their sins. Now, so cats. Cats need to be gelded down. We have 3 cats here and 1 male kid, no male adults. I'm going to double check, but we need to be gelding the kitten now if we haven't already. That dude needs to grow with no balls. And we don't need more than 2 female adults at any given time. In fact, I'm going to set the female limit to 1 and the small kid limit to 1, because if there's any more than that, I want them butchered automatically for fear that they may become pets without me realizing it. Geld him and let him grow up. I don't mind having a few gelded males around the place. Isn't hurting anything. Female adults. Need to keep a couple. On the off chance you lose them. You can always order more, that's true. But as long as we reliably geld our males, we should be okay with the females. And having a couple means we don't lose one and lose our breeding stock potential. If we do, then we'll need to consider setting the female number larger so that we can raise a brood of cats, raise a second adult if we have to. But I'm not too worried about it. Cats aren't really essential in our fortress. They do serve a purpose. We can station them in our raw food stockpile and they will hunt vermin for us. We can station them in our prepared food stockpile and they'll hunt vermin there and drinks. That way they will keep the quality of our food good. But in the current version, food in barrels isn't actually harmed by vermin. So unless you're storing your food out in the open, it's not gaining you anything. So I keep a few around because it's traditional, but I let them squash vermin in the stockpiles mostly as a show thing, and we don't really do much with them. I certainly don't want to have a large quantity of them given the inability to control their use as pets. And that's it. New races will come in and be allowed up to 5, assuming we don't get a huge swarm of bunnies or something. But when we come back, we can simply prune them all back and remove them. Now, pets will not be removed. So these cavies and chickens and geese, goats, and rabbits here where it's red, these are because these animals are pets and they cannot be reduced to the quantity that I am asking for. So there are 2 pet rabbits. There are 1 pet goat, 1 pet geese, 1 pet chicken, 1 pet cavy in the fortress. The cats may or may not be pets. They are not exceeding their count currently. Okay, where are we at now? See, it's telling us it's added all our races to the auto butcher, and this was where it auto marks things for slaughter because I had it set at 5 originally, and it butchered them down for us. We turned that off because we didn't want to have our dogs all butchered automatically. Now, anything else, anything excess that's not already been taken care of will be dealt with. And there that goes. Now, we need to get that this area dug out that we were talking about. We want these surface crops, right? We want to be able to do this thing. Now, there is a trick to this. There's a reason why I'm doing this in stripes, two tiles wide, and that is, as long as you never go wider than 2, and you don't excavate around it, all of these tiles always have support. You don't have to worry about them collapsing or caving in at any given time. Now, there is a possibility that somebody's underneath them when we trench this out and somebody gets clunked in the head with a log or something. We'll have to take that risk. There's too many logs for me to worry about specifying if these get moved, and no, not worrying about it. We're good. Now, I do need to make sure that our carpenter gets a bunch of wheelbarrow jobs done again, because I want to make sure we have sufficient wheelbarrows to run all of our different stockpiles. So we'll get him all queued up there. What are the miners doing? Building, storing, constructing. We had more miners than that, too. Is that everybody? Really? Wow. Blow my mind. Okay. Do want to make sure we've got enough picks to go around for all the new miners we added. We're good there. Got crossbows, got hammers, got spears, got battle axes. Good. So we've covered our iron weapon production. That was the other thing. And you notice I cut off on melting down the coins and gave the iron a chance to build back up and the bronze a chance to build back up. I do want to go ahead and melt these back down. Let them produce us a few extras. Actually, no, hold on. We want to split those before we melt them because we're not really getting full value out of them at the moment. So the bars there for a moment. For a moment, we're working our iron down because we're actually making iron objects, not just the coins. We're making armor and weapons, and all those iron objects are consuming iron. So for a moment, I've backed off on melting our coins down. I want to make sure we're not burning up all of our iron to make our militia goods and starving our coin cycle. And let's see, we can queue up a few more of these coin jobs. Let's see, we can queue up some... Do we have zinc? Yeah, let's do zinc. Zinc coins. And we're going to put a hotkey in on the forges.
Get zinc going, because zinc is a nice lightweight metal we can use for metal bins without being too heavy. Metal bins are always heavier than wood, of course, but zinc is about as light as we're going to get. Although I think we may have aluminum. And I do want to get those melted down as well. Don't we have some aluminum coins or aluminum bars? Let's double check. We do. We have 2 aluminum bars. Early spring. We should be getting a wave of elves who will be happy to help us turn our coins into additional bars. They haven't arrived yet. Now the reality is we don't really need... Ideally, we just want to have them have some valuable stuff that we can swap back and forth for our coins. We have to give them, a giant serpent and a giant leech. One with poison, both of them with poisonous gas. That's awesome. A serpent and a leech. What is it with the wormy things? Is the next one a giant worm? I mean, okay, never mind. Lilac scales are oval-shaped and set far apart. Let's zoom in there and take a look at him. Oh, he must have immediately gone north and gotten off the... Wow, really? There he is. Its tail is bruised. Somebody got its tail. And needless to say, this isn't a real good reason for me to open up the cavern down here and take a look at this point. It's all full of forgotten beasts with all sorts of poisonous gas and vapors and extracts, and who knows what it could do. It could cause necrosis or, permanent insanity or lung damage. Who knows? Kills any dwarf that comes in contact. It'd be like raid for dwarves, you know what I'm saying? Not worth it. So, let those forgotten beasts... Are they fighting one another? Wow, the 2 forgotten beasts are going to town. Get it on, boys. Get your bets in here. Zekalo... Oh, that's fantastic. Zekalo is the leech, and Naya here is the... Nia? Do I know how to pronounce that with the umlaut? Nia and Zekalo there are our forgotten beasts, and they are going to town on one another. Wow, okay, they were going to town on one another, and I'm not sure that they are anymore. It looks like this one breathes something at very high temps. So not just a vapor, but depending on what temperature it boils at, potentially really hot vapor. It got boiled about 5 times. Couple bites. I mean, maybe it's getting away, but there's no combat notifications going on. It all of a sudden stopped. When it comes to combat reports in Dwarf Fortress, stopping like that is usually a sign that things have ended in a rather permanent fashion. What are the miners doing? Storing. Later on, we may use them for stone hauling, so I'll allow them to do vehicles so they can do that later. But for right now, yeah, we just need to stop them from hauling everything under the sun. Acting as a backup hauler brigade is nice when I don't need miners, but when I need them to mine, well, they're holding up the works. I need my squad out here doing its mining duties. Holy crap, a third one, also with poisonous gas. This one, however, is a mite, so this is the first forgotten beast in the fortress that actually has legs. They're probably going to duke it out if they figure out that they're one another on the same floor, because I'm betting they don't get along any better than the other ones do. So here in a minute, I expect to see some combat reports coming from him. That's 3 forgotten beasts, and 2 of them right here in this first season, so I don't want to say things like it's getting real up in here, but the forgotten beasts certainly think it is. Need our miners to get this done so we can get it sealed back up and have this working. Right now, we'll turn that off. You guys have something more important to be doing up top for the moment. I really need this done. We'll come back to that big stockpile we wanted to build. We'll get there, but right now, this is a little bit higher priority. Actually, yeah, no, I can go one more on this too, can't I? Yes, I can. That row right there is also a part of this room to be. And this row right here is also part of this room to be. Yep. Right on the money. So I've left one row between those in order to avoid cutting off support. Remember, northeast, southwest, up and down. So this line of undug tiles is what's offering support to this line. And the line above it is what's offering support to that line. As long as there's one connection, we're good. A bridge could be an extension of a cliff could be infinitely long as there is one point of connection. Funsics, not physics. Once they've dug all those tiles out, we can come back in through here and just floor it all over real quick and then dig out the remaining stripes that we missed on the first pass. And this will get the room cleared quickly and get the floor back over it as fast as possible and as safe as possible. Now, if your room is completely over solid ground, if we had not already excavated this part because of the circle, right? If this had all been solid ground on the lower floor, then trench the whole thing at once. Because as long as it's solid underneath and you're not digging it out underneath yourself at the time, so don't dig anything out on this floor, just leave it blank and then trench it out from above. Perfectly safe, do the whole thing at one go. Just one pass, do it all, and then floor it all back over. In this case, I can get away with doing it in certain sections because we have support in some areas, but I have to be careful about where I do it. So this area is safe because it's inside where that wall is. And this area is safe because none of it is unsupported except this one tile at the end has nothing under it. And that tile is okay because it's supported by the tile to the right of it. So that one is safe. But this one up here, this other row right here that is over the farms, only has a couple of tiles that I could safely dig out. The rest are all being supported by either the tile to the north, the tile to the south, east, or west. And if I dug this out and I started to dig these out, if they didn't do it exactly right, we'd get a collapse. And since they've started to dig out below it, we'd get a 2-floor cave-in, probably with some miners killed along the way. Very, very bad. So we will dig this out, floor it all over, and then once the flooring is at least from here to there across, or from here to there across, we will dig this last trench out and close it off as well. So we've got folks digging, we've got folks laying blocks. As soon as this is finished, we can remove the ramps, get our surface crop farm built, and that's locked in. We're good and safe there. Apiary, subsurface crops, surface crops, pasture spaces. That's pretty much the farming gamut right there. At that point, we're starting to look towards more exotic sources of food like hunting or fishing. Hunting is, especially in a high savagery area like this, is potentially really bountiful because you'll get giant animals that can be downed. But it can be dangerous for your hunter, both in terms of what they're hunting and in terms of things that may arrive to hunt them. Whew, just enough blocks. Our masons have been busy with furniture and have not been making the blocks. And since we've burned up quite a few, it's probably a good idea that we crank out a few more. Now I'm hoping that our guys will get on this pretty quick because we have this giant gaping hole in our ceiling while this is being done. We really should have done this sooner, but labor and blocks, and you get the idea.
Changed my mind.
In fact, to get it up faster, we can actually go global on construction and tell everybody to do it, and anybody who isn't doing something else will build something for us. That is to say, they will run up to the top of the staircase for us, come up through one of these holes that hasn't yet been closed, and then close it on their fellow dwarfs so nobody else can come up behind them, forcing them to reroute through the longer passage. Come on, boys, get her done. Still have one section here that I'd have to trench out and replace. And I still need at least these 3 tiles here and that one there to be done before I can, or else this whole bottom row here. Get the miners started while the floor layers are doing their part. Got 2 more chunks to do on that. 1 more chunk now because he's going to finish that one there. That guy's going to get... Oh, no, he's not. There we go. Now we're done. Now we can trench all this out and get it replaced while the dwarves work on the rest of that flooring there. Actually, no, we cannot yet. That was close. I checked. That could have been bad. We can remove this section because it's not holding this up, but this tile is only being held up by that tower we're getting ready to dig out. That would have been bad. Somehow we ended up with 5 of my miners designated as masons as well. That was clever. So we've had half our mason brigade making low quality furniture for a minute now. That's good. Good job. Good job. Well done.
Another dwarf has got an idea. Best get the dogs out and assign it to
Draw.
him
All
in case
right.
he goes
Oh,
mad.
that reminds me. We had. Dreams of mastering a skill. Dude, you're a legendary +5 stonecrafter. I'd say you may have mastered your skill. Just saying. Okay. Come on, mining brigade. There we go. Got at least one miner on the job
You there,
now.
this workshop's mine now.
Carpenter got mood, or wood carving. Got some wood. He's got some more wood. And he's off. Wood and gems. Now, did we get the floor up? Not yet. Our moody dwarf has wood. That's who. He's got all the wood that a dwarf mood should, when a dwarf mood should have wood.
No.
And once that's sealed up, we've got some ramps to remove, some farm plots to build, and a cloth industry to dominate. Get started. And they are going to town on the law. Got 4 more pieces.
Treasures are mine.
Oh no! The Kia stole a honeycomb. Holy shit, boys. The shame upon all our ancestors. Huh. Now I wonder. Does that still qualify as indoors or outdoors once I put a grate there? Realistically, a grate should not stop it from being outdoors. It's just a grate. But let's see. Because if that doesn't, then I'll just grate these all up. And we might have to worry about a building destroyer, but meh. Throw a wall up around the outside of that maybe to dissuade anybody from trying to do anything stupid. But if the worst that happens is we lose some grates to falling in the hole, I can live with that. Let's see if this works first. Grates obviously aren't a good way to keep people out in terms of actual security. That's what the fortifications down below are for. But let's see if this will work. Ponder military ethics? Yeah, I bet you are. goblin geographer. So he's out there marking places for his goblin buddies, pondering military ethics. Lol. A super duper apple wood barrel. Holy cow. Give me a second. I need to look at that one. Okay, so yeah. Huh. I thought that's how you made offering places, but oh, duh. Hang on a second now. Thought you could make up. Never mind.
Some migrants have arrived.
Gerard Drummed Muffin, I remember him. Okay, now everybody's got temples again. So grates count. We can do grates. That keeps anybody from getting downstairs, including flyers, apparently. All right, we'll eliminate these ramps, get our surface crop plots down, and away we go. Any of these plots that, any of these any of these spots that have plants actually growing on them, not moss, but actual plants, need to be picked so that they don't interfere with the building. And our miners will come along, clear out all those tiles of ramp, and we can get our farmer planting new surface crops. Far more bountiful than our subsurface crops. Strawberry wine. Oh no, strawberry wine is not what we're going to store in this. If I have my way, it'll be sunshine, baby. Whipped wine. And, of course, probably some rope reed. River spirits, I think they're called. Because we will have an abundance of rope reed around before we're done. So remember before I was telling you about, if stuff grows up, you might have to build roads. Well, here we're going to do it. I want a dirt road that covers all the area where our farm will eventually be. Once they get that dirt road built, everything under it will immediately be squashed out of existence for purposes of our farm construction here. No materials are necessary for the production of a dirt road. It's just road building. So someone will come along momentarily. They'll do a little road building and road. And as soon as they finish, it'll stop blinking and all of... Uh-oh. Looky there. They never finished. I'll be damned. Okay, well, shit just got real, boys and girls, because Akia just wandered in the front gate. Now, everybody's involved in the militia. Kill my peasant mob. Kill. Better fly away. Okay, let's see if we can get those floors built now and keep the key out again this time. Kia flew in that hole, took one look at the advancing dwarf armada, and said, maybe I don't really want to try and steal that anvil today. Noped right back on out. Well, let's see if they'll get the blocks laid or not. We'll see. Will the jobs be canceled again? One done. Two more to go. This guy's probably got one. That guy's probably got the other. No on him. Yes on him. Yes on him. Here we go. So there's our two. One. Two. Bang. Now we're good. The only way for the Kias to get in is by the back hatch, and then there's enough dwarves coming in and out that it should keep them out of there. Whew. Okay, so now someone should, we hope, have road building. I don't build enough roads to segregate that one, I suppose, to be honest. So let's go ahead and do that. Cancel that up to by, cancelled, interrupted by, so many giant birds, so many giant birds. Where are my anti-aircraft guns? Gotta actually have the road done suspended again because giant Kia. Cannot believe that Kia actually flew through the hole in the roof trying to get inside. Hilarious. Anyway, as I mentioned previously, or should have if I didn't, Kias are notorious item thieves and will happily steal your first anvil right out of the wagon if you don't have it constructed into something. When we swapped our anvil over initially, when we first moved downstairs, as it were, my initial worry was that one of the Kias would snag the anvil before we could actually get it downstairs. It's a big road. And we're going to have to sort those migrants and let them not be doing what they're doing. Well, giant Kias are bigger than dwarves, if I remember correctly. Talk about an animal that's big enough, theoretically, to take a dwarf on in one-on-one combat, I think. Not necessarily win, but try. But you had my attention. Now you have my interest. Now we're going to go look. The giant Kia is an airborne infiltrator more than 200 times the normal size of a pesky Kia. Incredibly dangerous animals, so much so that they were the king of flying beasts for DF 2012, contested only by the giant mosquito as of August 8th. Their habit of going into your fort and stealing your stuff will mean these monsters will come right into contact with your dwarves and fight, and do not expect a civilian unarmored dwarf to win any of these fights. Giant Kia will kill your dwarves faster than you can say, "It's just a big parrot, what harm could it do?" This animal is capable of stealing artifacts, come in groups of 5 to 10, and quickly can become your fort's top concern. They tend to fly away when targeted, but that won't stop them from returning to steal again later. Overall, these things can be a huge threat to a fortress. When butchered, they leave behind useless feathers. Let's see if I can figure out how big they are from the size here. It's done based on the base raw, so it's going to be based off that, and it's a percentage of 20,701%, if I'm reading that right. 200 times. Okay, so there must be a decimal in the raws. I didn't know that, but that's good to know. Oh, I'm hoping to see something size-ish here, and I'm not going to see what I'm looking for, probably. I'm not sure how to read the raws well enough to find it in a hurry. Yeah, needless to say, these things carrying off an anvil doesn't surprise me. Regular Kias carrying off an anvil always seemed kind of... But there you go. Let's see. We can get rid of you. You're a bard. And we need a ranger guild, which will allow. And a metalsmith guild, which will allow. Okay, that's easy enough. It was metal crafter, wasn't it? Not metal smith. I need to double check. Metal smith. Well. We can do that one too. Problem solved. Guild Hall agreements all around. Okay, so did we ever get... Yeah, we did do. We did do. We did not actually set it up properly. So, barracks. We talked about schedules. We keep promising we're going to get to it. Holy cow, it's already been 3 hours and we never did. Holy shit. Hang on a second. Tell all of our squads they can train in here, and then any vital dwarves who weren't doing anything else can come down here and practice and get a little martial training in. Now, that probably won't be too many of them. That's fine. For right now, we're going to have to set up another bard. Goodbye. Let's go into our militia and set up training. Holy cow, this is going to take a minute. But we got to get it done. So let's do it. Oops, first off, let's go to alerts. And let's change some of these alerts. I like inactive, that's good. But I want to change this one. So, we may or may not use this one right away. We may or may not use it at all. But my intent is that inactive is a squad who is not doing any military service whatsoever. They are off duty all the time, every month. Their job is basically whatever their civilian job is. Maybe I'm short on labor. Maybe I'm giving everybody a break. Maybe I'm screwing around. But whatever it is, I don't need soldiers on duty at that moment, so everybody's off duty. Training will be a schedule we'll set up specifically to allow our squads to train about 1 month in 3 on a rotating basis. So not every squad will be training at the same time. We'll do a rotating group of squads. We'll set them up so they ideally will hopefully break themselves into groups of 2 and spar with one another, ideally. Active duty would be, I want them on duty, and I want them doing something, but not necessarily a literal wartime footing. I'm not sure what that would qualify as yet, so we may not ever use this one. It may end up getting deleted later. But for now, it's there. And Red Alert is, holy shit, the siege is here. Get to your posts, get to your posts. This will be where we'll set up patrol squads and stuff like that who will go to certain stations and archers set up in our balcony so that they're in position when folks walk underneath them. But first, let's get a training schedule set up. And I'm making sure that the inside labor is off. If I put it on red alert, then I know that I've locked them down. But civilians normally aren't locked down. Okay. So let's go into our schedule now. And we look at what we're doing here. And first thing we're going to do is cancel all the orders for this first guy. And then we're going to give an order. And that order is going to be for 2 soldiers. And it's going to be the order that they will train. And shift enter. And then we're going to give another order, and that's also going to be for 2 soldiers. And it's also going to be for train. And we're going to do that for each group of soldiers until we have 5 groups of 2. And then we're going to copy that order to every cell on this list, which is really obnoxious, but bear with me. Whew! Okay, what does all that mean? Okay, so what we have now done is set up for every single squad, if they're assigned to the training alert, that they will break up into 5 groups of 2, if possible, and train. Now, what that will effectively mean is that they will try to break up in groups of 2, and generally they will try to break up in pairs, often spar if their skills are high enough. So this is effectively trying to encourage them to break up into sparring groups. If 4 guys are available, they'll break up into 2 groups of 4. If 3 guys are available, you'll get 2 guys training and 1 guy stuck. Unfortunately, there's not a good way to work around that. Maybe he'll do an individual drill, maybe he won't, but he'll probably just be stuck. So we want to assign them to the squads in groups of 2 so that we at least have pairs to meet the order. Now, it's not guaranteed that that will necessarily work out. Maybe one of them's grabbing equipment or a nap and the other one can't train while that happens. But the goal is then we're only going to do this about 1 in every 3 months. So now we've got to go through and cancel about 1 every 3 months and kind of rotate them through if possible. Oy vey, bear with me. And just for you folks at home, we'll give it a river. Okay, so effectively we have every squad here, every third squad is training on every third month here. So this guy trains in Fellsight, this guy trains in the month after that, this guy trains in the month after that, and they are on for one and off for two. Every third month they train. And for right now, we'll set all our squads to whatever duty they happen to be in, whatever this month this is. Some folks just got militaried. Now let's talk militia equipment, because right now we've just got a bunch of no uniformed recruits. For right now, I'm just going to leave this individual choice. They can pick up whatever goddamn weapon they want. Later on, we'll make this ranged only. My civilian dwarves are primarily going to carry crossbows, simply provide additional fire. I'm not intending to expose them to frontline combat, but haulers, for example, will carry battle axes and be woodcutters. Miners will carry picks and be, potentially could use a pick as a weapon. Now, long term, you're going to want to set the materials on these as well, so that, steel, for example. Your dwarves will happily upgrade if the appropriate materials are available, but if you have partial matches set, they will equip those things accordingly. Overclothing versus replace clothing is exactly what it sounds like. If you want this uniform to replace their clothing, you need to make sure you include any clothing items that they need to wear under the armor in order to acquire the necessary coverage to be decently covered in society. Okay, effectively, the civilian equipment will quickly become very similar to the archer standard. But I'm flexible. If they have a axe sitting around, let them use it. I don't care. Keep in mind the types of jobs that give a civilian dwarf a weapon by default: hunting, wood cutting, mining. Do not mesh well with the military. They will end up using two items. If they are a miner and an axeman, or a miner and a pick wielding soldier, it doesn't matter. Both cases will require that they have two weapons, one for their civilian job and one for their military job. If you give them jobs as miners and then also require them to use a pick in the military, they need two picks. That's not a joke. Okay, and these four squads in particular here, we will assign specifically to squads who are effectively full-time soldiers. So we need to clear folks out of them. Oh yes, one more thing we must do then at the end. We must assign them a uniform for each one of the squads. Okay, now we've got everybody assigned to a squad and a uniform. Now we'd also need to set up ammunition for archer squads. We don't really have one yet, so we're okay there. And there's going to be some item interchange while folks swap stuff out. Let's get them a place to store all their goodies. All of our clothing and weapons and armor that we're not using. Now you can see them starting to train. Individual combat drill is what they do when they're not training on with anybody else. Dodging demonstration. They'll start swapping skills out. Now it'll take a while, but as they work skills throughout the squad, and as skills become kind of comparable, they'll start sparring, and their skills will rapidly progress from that point. But initially, there's going to be a lot of militia-type demonstrations and not super effective training. This is normal. You will not be able, unless you bring highly skilled dwarves, to defend yourself in the terms of military initially. You're going to have to train them, and that takes time.
Another baby? Well, at least it's not an explosion of cats.
Oh, let him hang around for a minute. He can keep some people entertained for a bit. And we are well up to the 20,000 value necessary for high-end super guilds and temple complexes and what all, so problem solved there. And this is going to be a giant finished goods stockpile. "87 dwarves, still smoothing bedrooms." But they're all beds now, so we need to designate them as rooms. Give me just a second and I'll come back and do that. Let's see. As I recall, we left off. Yep, right about there. Okay, and these had not been done either, right? Nope. Nope. Okay. On down we go. Huh. I'm not sure what happened there. Well, that's weird. Must have gotten off by one somehow with that one. It's alright. Someone will come along and remove the one and replace it with the other. And we will continue. Oh, I must have screwed that up. Yep, gotten off by one error. That was clever. Oh well. Okay, now everybody gets a cabinet. Since everybody has a bed. With a bed and a cabinet, we're on our way to bedroom status at this point. And a big pile of folks swapping out. Make sure nobody's becoming a peasant here. Looks good. And these two guys are actually sparring with one another, which is ideal. Literally going to work with their axes and such. Perfect. Apparently we're killing a giant slug. Ew. But okay. I guess if you want to eat it, you go for it, big boy. Look at him pump those bolts into it. There it is. Looks like slugs back on the menu, boys. Apparently it's fairly large because the doctor is having, or the hunter here is having a hard time hauling it. Got a few folks that need to be sorted. Couple of gold, couple of steel, 3 platinum. There we go. Now we just need a good trader. We should be along any time now, I'm hoping. I'm crossing my fingers here anyway. That's good to know. Can't melt them. Well, how about that? Okay. We need better statues than those, anyway. Well, we can only do 2 of those bits with bronze, apparently, but that's a shame. Oh well. Come on, traders. Judging by the number of forgotten beasts that showed up this year. Grip one end each. That's right. Each grab one end. Grip it by the husk. Gotta grip your anvil by the husk. Make me more iron coins, and we'll just block them away for now. Yeah, not a problem to store all the coins we want, no problem. So, And we'll put some drinks in the tavern so folks don't have to go anywhere to get them. And we probably should put the bridge back out so, people can get in when the depot dough and the folks do arrive. And get the farm plots up that we've been talking about. And I think the giant slug is finally arriving to be butchered. See if we can get him to do it. All right, he's working on it. We're good. And somewhere around here we have access to rope reeds, so every season is going to be rope reeds on at least 2 of these. Because we are just going to crank those out for cloth production. And now let's see if we can't find some skilled herbalists to turn loose on the surface. And we'll turn our hunters loose, since they are armed with crossbows, to pick us a bunch of plants. Hopefully to include some more rope reeds. But as long as we've got some, we'll make more. Definitely need to brew those rope reeds. And we are finally running down to the last of our iron here. Okay. And I'm betting a big chunk of that is good hematite. So as soon as our miners get started, we should start having more hematite, which means we should start having more bars. Needless to say, we're kind of out of iron at the moment. What are our miners doing? Oh, they may be training and picking up equipment because we do that now. this all linked up like we should have done a long time ago. More sparring. That's good. Come on, merchants. This money the elves have got to be able to give us what we need. Giant iron axe blades can be melted down like the coins, don't require the tedious splitting, but don't produce as good a return on
The
investment.
season is summer.
I'm going to kill that sound shortly here, I think, before we do another session. Now what we're going to do is those jobs up there will only be done by skilled masons. These down here will fill up with giant quantities of block making so that they can't be doing anything else, and then we'll let anybody who wants to work on these. So everybody practices on blocks and then does the other stuff once they're good enough. So we don't care about this, but we do care about every job in here being blocks. And all our unskilled masons will come running to grind blocks for a while. Excellent. The moment we've all been waiting for, when we can split our coins and begin. And in addition to a big pile of mugs, we'll also move in. Oh, let's do some prepared goods or prepared food too. Maybe not quite that many. Might have to do something about that. butcher will take care of the rest of those for us. Well, he's on his way. New trader. Oh, hey, and a human diplomat, too. Why not? Ooh, jute. Jute can actually replace our rope reeds. That can be made into fiber. That's a good find. We can take jute. Typically I go rope reeds because I can find them on site, but if we have a bag of jute seeds to get started, well, away we go. No need to wait on the rope reed to get cycled. Yeah, we'll go ahead and go back through here, make sure we didn't miss a bag of jute seeds further up, because if we get 2 bags of seeds, why wouldn't we? Yeah, no, there's no more. Okay, cool. Just making sure. And we will take some cloth while we're waiting. Now then. Stop 4 from the end. Okay. Okay, I'm going to have to think about that for a minute. But for now, we can trade these to them as though they were big blocks of trade goods and buy them back one at a time, trading them for gewgaws and whatnots. Because the real value is over here in these prepared food pots. Now, all this leather, we can take that. It's nice and cheap. Leather's usually pretty much a good buy almost all the time if you need it for anything. It's one of the reasons I don't sell it, because it's very rarely worth anything significant. And fish would be nice, I suppose, but nothing super valuable there. Cheese, okay. So now we're trading coins, 1 for 1, to and from, and we're splitting them up into individual stacks at that point. We just need to give him a little sweetener each time to make sure that we can do the handoff, and then we end up with these stacks of coins one at a time that get traded back and forth. That's cute. It marked one coin out of each one of these and traded all the individual coins. He's got it restacking the coins, I think. Shame on him. I think he may have busted this for us. What's bugging me is we're selling coins back and forth with numbers going down. So unless I can restack all the coins back up and end up with 500 each with these stacks, which doesn't seem practical at this point, something is disappearing from each trade. The coins are being et. Okay, so no, it's getting them swapped back. We're doing all right. Okay, good. Because this is the stuff that's actually still in the trader right here. All these individual coins are what we bought back, but they're not showing up in our trader list. I'm guessing because that individually they're worth less than a dwarf buck, and therefore aren't valuable enough individually to trade. So we do have enough to easily buy back all of our coins that we've got in his inventory with no problem. Okay, good. And it looks initially like we spent a lot of extra, in terms of we spent all that prepared food to get our coins back. But here's the catch. Each one of those coins can be melted individually. And each one is melting a coin down. And each one is giving us back bars. When you melt down 10 coins, you get back a full bar. Maybe it's... I have to look. I want to say you make a bar into 50 coins. So when you melt down the 50 coins individually, you get back 50 bars. So we should have enough material now to get a few of those other jobs running. If they don't gather the coins up themselves, then we'll send somebody after them with a melt job, but I'm hoping we can get them gathered up and taken to the coin stockpile. If we can get them off to the coin stockpile, that's all to the good. Okay, much to discuss. Great. Is it already fall? Oh, no, this is the human diplomat. Right. Okay, much to share. Thank you. Awesome. Bid farewell. Cool. Off you go, boss. Get my coins back to my stockpile, boys. Tired of having my loot exposed.
Ah, changed my mind.
What do we got? Don't export warhammers. Okay, I think we got that. I think we're good. And Olin here needs an office. I gotta double check to see that we assign Olin his office. And auto-allocated furniture to everybody. Yay, yay, yay. Gives us partial meeting. We need to improve his quarters and office. And the captain of the guard needs his stuff improved. And we need to go see if we got our... Yeah, our baron's not even close. Okay, so but we can start designating rooms at least. And the sparring is going. Good, good. Some of our civilians are getting up to their training. This should help clear some folks' minds as well, too. Giving them a chance to fight, giving them a chance to practice martial skills. So, all of our coins are still sitting in the depot. I'm hoping that this is folks dragging stuff away, but I feel like it's just them moving instruments and a few of the other items. Maybe that's a bin full of coins. Could we be so lucky? No, we're not going to be that lucky. We're going to queue up a bunch of wood bins just to have wood bins done.
That ends that mandate.
No dining room needs tomb. Pretty sure I gave you a tomb, dude. What the hell? Tomb assigned to... is this assigned to the wrong guy? Better. Okay. Burial chamber needs tomb. So, gotta get some upgrading done. And he still needs his dining room, but we don't have any tables yet, so he's waiting. would you choose to eat there? It's not even designated as a room. There's a tavern that's doubling as a dining room. Weird. So there are jute seeds, but no. So apparently we cannot plant jute here. Or else jute cannot be planted currently. I don't know which. We'll have to keep our eyes open. Bummer. Could have swore we bought. Maybe we didn't. Could have swore we found the seeds for and did buy jute. Jute seeds. Definitely have them. Must be a climate thing. That's a bummer. Bummer. And Auto Butcher continues to earn us meat. Okay, we've got folks training, we've got folks sparring, we've got folks trading, we've got folks making and taking and, well, doing everything you could expect out of a fortress at this point, with a couple of exceptions. We don't have an archery range up in training. We don't have, shucks. Need to get that melt job running. That's what we need to do. Okay, let's melt down some coins. More sparring, that's good.
Sir, here's the list. Looks like we're out of these things here, you see?
Oh, yes. We need to build some of these.
Thanks to the power of job orders, we simply queue up 3 iron warhammers and they're off and running. Okay, guys, here's the deal. 5 hours means I have put in the 3 that we would normally do in an evening and another hour or 2 to make up for all the times I've been short along the way. So we're still well over our 3-hour average now. Let's check, make sure we've got any interesting petitions to make. We don't. We're good there. Let's see if there's anybody out there in Dwarf Fortress land and Twitch that I can sick you upon. Hang on a minute. Oh, it's looking pretty late. Let's see here. Here's a guy who looks like he's trying to learn. I bet you guys can probably help him out at least a little bit.